Hello, everyone. Oh, my throat's still a little sore from all the talking I did yesterday, I guess. I've been talking way too much. But we're going to talk some more. We're going to talk about StarCraft history. Isn't that fun? It'll be fun. What do I want in the background for music? I'm not really feeling here. 9-hour marathon casting stream. Yeah, unfortunately, obviously this actually doesn't have to do with the patch, but the evening stream was not. It's very fun. The evening tournament wasn't as fun as the afternoon tournament. Or maybe it is because it was the patch. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, it was absolutely the one-sided matches. And yeah, I mean, what people say is true, which is that so much of what people are going to immediately do, as far as the high-level players are going to do, is the same thing they used to do. Which is very valuable, I think, for people who, were cheesers and all-inners. But it's definitely less valuable. Valuable for people who are doing kind of standard stuff. Yeah, Gandalf, you're a trooper. Come in for the deadlock. Right as StarCraft 2 gets something interesting to talk about again. Adobe's trying to get me to come back. You know for sure patches have been interesting? Some people would disagree. Some people are like, this is the most I've ever enjoyed StarCraft 2 playing on the PTR. I wonder how long that'll last. But that's okay. Anyway. You're enjoying the latter, live or PTR? How many work you start with the deadlock? PTR? Yeah, see? I think there's been a couple of people who have said that they've enjoyed playing on the PTR. I think it's very difficult to tell if it's really that different from any of the other PTRs, because generally people have a very different time playing StarCraft when it comes to playing any PTR that's existed. It's also a different StarCraft when you come back as far as new ladder maps or seasons, and not because of the maps themselves, but because people generally get to cheesing a whole lot as they try and boost their numbers, or they do come back because it is a new season. I can't imagine there's that many StarCraft people who do that, but I'm sure there's some. But I don't think it invalidates people who like PTR, because maybe they very specifically like the feeling of the first 2 minutes. I don't know if that reminds you of Wings of Liberty, the first 2 minutes. I feel like, that most of the people that are going to be in this chat, including me, are also old enough, right? This is and I'm not blaming you. That's just an observation. But other people have made this similar comments, and it's interesting to think about who they think they're talking to sometimes. Or some guy who was downvoted because this guy was just being a dickhead, like totally unnecessary aggression. But he was like, do people not remember Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm? It was the peak of StarCraft 2, literally in viewership. These people are so fucking stupid. They have memories of goldfish. Why would we not want to go back to that? And it's like, whoa, buddy. Take a breath. And, yeah, if you really believe that that's why there was peak viewership in StarCraft 2 is because there were 6 workers. Woof. Woof. Ted Lasso made me goldfish. I watched Ted Lasso. I thought the first season was great. I did not like the other seasons. I think it actually got it became like a nice, refreshing change of pace to becoming so sickeningly sweet that I felt like I was eating the richest candy in the world all the time. And then I couldn't stand it by season 3. I couldn't stand it. It just, some of the things got way too unrealistic. And also just frankly weird. Like, I wasn't really on board the CEO and the footballer getting together. Yeah, it was just, yeah. In particular, once the lady stopped being a villain, which I thought was still like subverting expectations and was kind of nice initially, it just became like there really wasn't one. And then the villain they introduced, the guy who was like a genius soccer guy, and he changed teams. I thought was really poorly done. It wasn't an interesting villain for me. I was a snivelly, sad, complete, I don't know. It didn't appeal to me. It was successful, so they overdid it, which makes sense. Yeah, under season 4, maybe they took a step back. I haven't bothered looking into it. While his peak siege tanks reaching fear natural and the enemy natural was brief and epic. Remember, people like this. I feel like if there is any proof of how old I am as far as playing StarCraft 2, people will be like, bring back Steps of War, bring back Metropolis, bring back hallucinations that cause people to leave, bring back maybe even though like they'll be like force field the ramp and that's the riveting gameplay we get. I remember, and I swear this is almost getting into like Bernstein Bears territory, all right? I remember Shakura's Plateau when, first of all, it was all spawn, and second of all, when there were rocks behind your main base that attached your main to main, like if you horizontally spawned with each other. And you could break the rocks down. And then that was deleted pretty quickly, I think, because most people don't. Certainly the Shakura's Plateau that you can look up right now doesn't show that. But I swear it existed. I swear! Archon Toilet was actually a thing later than that, right? Like, obviously it existed. But it just, like, Archon Toilet wasn't really abused until later. I thought I heard thunder. Which I maybe did. Anyway, so, yeah, what I wanted to do today is maybe continue working on the patch video. But kind of alongside talking about StarCraft 2 history anyway. There's other people right now who would be very interested in making their own appeal to modern day StarCraft 2 being very interesting. And how people seem to, just not want to realize that there's still a ton of shit that goes on in modern day StarCraft 2. But they can do that. I wanna look at the past and kind of show how maybe if we can find evidence of it. StarCraft 2 was already being heavily criticized for its variety of gameplay and entertainment value before they even discussed the worker difference. Legacy of the Void was known to be the title of the expansion. I'm not even sure when. But it wasn't actually known that they would change the workers until the BlizzCon that they released the trailer for it and all that. So. You did find an image? Oh, thank you. So I'm not crazy. It was absolutely a thing. I was starting to doubt myself. It is Legacy of the Void that changed game speed and workers. Yes. To be specific, I don't know if you mean this, but game speed, as in it accelerated the early game? Sure. Game speed, as in all the games seem to finish faster? that could be tied to the fact that they made the timer real time. So I just also want to emphasize that. Okay, there. Yeah, okay. So that's what you're talking about. Yeah. They changed the timer to real time, or much closer to real time. Apparently, it's still not exactly. Kind of feeling like club dancing. Let's make sure that we actually got the things we need to be VOD exclusive. I think we're good. And by club music, I mean, millennial clubbing. Which is apparently what all of it is anyway, still. The Zoomers don't do it. Anyway, let's go to a scene. I guess this works. Exactly. That's also high dance in the dance club. All right, we're still VOD exclusive for Spotify. I think we should be good. And before I leak all the things, let me make sure I'm not going to leak a address. Yeah, no, we're good. Fortunately, that one picture I showed where I'm a drug dealer, my address was perfectly hidden. Not that there isn't other ways to find it anyway. Let's be real, but just try to make things not easy for people. I might make some tea at some point. My throat feels a little strained. Not painful, but a little strained, All right. There is an ad break, but hopefully I guess I can wait. I guess I could be patient for a minute. That sounds like an awful long time though. God. I could not stand another minute in my early game of StarCraft. How am I going to stand a minute of ads? Roach's one supply was peak. Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah. I didn't play in the beta. So I am still younger than some people who are around or have even come back. But yeah, I didn't get into the beta. Well, I didn't even know about the beta. I basically knew about StarCraft 2 when it launched, shortly after it launched. Someone made a career spamming roaches in 3 bases every game. We'll get into all the metas. Thors with energy. They got rid of energy on Thors. I feel like a lot later than I remember. All right, so what are all these tabs open here? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to look through a lot of history of StarCraft, including all these tabs I have open, because I was basically thinking there's probably some way for me to get the gist, to get like some, newspaper headline proof that Heart of the Swarm was not all roses like some people think it was, and not just because of Swarm hosts. Even though I feel like I still haven't really seen someone, argue like our Heart of the Swarm is better and then not address. I haven't really seen someone address the Swarm host issue. My guess is if they did, they would just simply say that it wasn't the 6 workers' fault or the slow start fault, which, fine. I could easily counter-argue that the sheer number of Swarm host games, aka long games, so macro games, kind of points to that there must have been also a sheer number of games that did not have interesting early or mid games, but they could argue, no, it was still interesting. It's just once Swarm hosted, it stopped being interesting. We'd have to go through so many fucking VODs for that. I don't know. But I feel like I could maybe have just tried and search for, again, like a newspaper headline, you know? Like, look at the date, look at what they're talking about, and be like, okay, so this was already a discussion long before 12 workers. This was already a problem of StarCraft long before 12 workers. So that's what I did. First, I did it with Reddit, which didn't really pop up a whole lot, but Legacy of the Team Liquid is a bit better. If I just type literally LOTV, it pops up most of the interesting discussions about it. There was the ability that stunned units. Was that not the 250mm cannon? That's why they had energy? Was there another one? Your first caster was Caldor? Nice. So that's why I have a bunch open right now. And I still haven't gotten through all of the pages. And then I was thinking, there's some people who also, and I think they're just easily proven wrong, but they blame the decline of StarCraft 2 on 12 workers. And again, I think that's absolutely fucking crazy. I suppose if I press them, their argument would be, obviously there wasn't a decrease in viewership as soon as Legacy of the Void released, but that's because 12 workers inevitably did lead us to this stale macro part that we're at now and pushed away people who liked the slower start. That naturally occurred over years, and that's why we are currently at a less viewership. Which I would also just be like, how do you prove that? And as such, how do you prove it? How do you prove against it? But I figured I'd try and look up some viewership stats because I am kind of tracking viewership a little bit on my podcast timeline, which I'll describe to you guys soon. And it turns out that, probably the API wasn't public until 2015. But if you go to a lot of the typical sites like Twitch Tracker and look up Twitch views for StarCraft, it doesn't go beyond 2015. And actually, more often than not, it doesn't go beyond 2017. So it's very difficult to track the viewership numbers. The closest I've gotten, as you can see, is I did ask AI to try and find all of the global championship finals and just kind of see what happened there. Which it was able to do, and I can verify by clicking on this link and looking at what's pulling the resources from. It used to be 2 versions. Maybe. It might have been that the 250mm cannon got an update where it got to stun units because they were trying to make it more interesting. And then they took it away. That kind of sounds familiar. Yeah, or maybe it started with stun and they got rid of it. Something like that. Wasn't the 2018 viewership of BlizzCon whose Overwatch stream rated the StarCraft stream? I don't know. Maybe Google Foo can 2018 BlizzCon viewership. Let's see if that gives us anything. All right, so I was expecting to see a Reddit thread and then maybe someone else comments the same thing. 8 years ago. I dare say there are more crazy viewers in China. See, boy, you're not good at commentary now. They've already become Harmonic Star and Monopoly Market. I don't know what the first thing is, but I think I can get the gist. Oh, it brought me to the StarCraft 2 subreddit, which again is like a mirror world, and I do not respect it. I know it actually makes total sense because they're trying to just get rid of all the Brood War talk that exists on the StarCraft, but I feel like still a little bit silly. What was your first major StarCraft 2 live cast? Technically, this was a major event, and I was in person casting it, but it was actually still technically a B stream. I was invited to the MLG Studios in 2012 or 2013, forget which, to guest cast with Axel and Axlav for IEM New York, because they were casting from the MLG Studios, which is also in New York. And somehow, I guess I don't actually remember why I got invited. I think they heard that I was going to go. And they had already known me because they were the ones that set up the MLG community casts for like Anaheim and stuff, which I was on one of the casts. And this was back when community casts were still far more elaborate than they are now, which is at this point in StarCraft 2, you know, as happened yesterday. I was like, oh, I didn't ask to cast the Meisters of the Game. And Roddy was like, you have to ask. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. But then you used to have to apply for like DreamHacks to be the community streamer. Before that, you had to apply to be a community streamer and then stream on their community streams, give them the Twitch money, right? And that's what I did. Our StarCraft being 90% shooter content? That's actually a good question. I didn't really think about that. You're right. Like, obviously, a lot of people are going to be going to our StarCraft because they're going to see that that's the most popular one. And they're going to post questions about the StarCraft shooter. You're right. And then probably the mods of StarCraft will make another subreddit for the FPS, but then it probably won't gain any traction. Huh. That is going to be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, 2018 was Cyril winning, so that's what I thought might have just been the bump. But there could be something to the Overwatch thing too. I don't know if they didn't raid previous years though, because Overwatch would have had something in 2017 as well. It helps your site peaked at 2020. Well, that lines up with the numbers I've seen so far, actually. The ones that you can see from like 2017 to 2026. Like this one. This is 2017, but still. Obviously, there's peaks, but there was some boosts for COVID, and then it's just obviously been decreasing the last 6 years. The old good luck, have fun magazines. Okay, yeah, I will. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I actually have one of these downloaded. No, this is a great tool. These are really well done. So yeah, no one's mentioning Overwatch here. That doesn't mean they didn't happen. Just full of bangers. Yeah, this doesn't mention the Overwatch thing, but it is nice to see that there's some... Oh, all right then. Never mind. Root for Root doesn't exist anymore. That apparently all the WCS events that year are actually better. And actually, interesting fact that is definitely not something you can find publicly, so technically I can't actually be, what's the word, verified on this, but you have to just trust me that we were told that as far as profitable events go, the only actual profitable event, as in they made more money than they paid to put it on, was the WCS Challenger events of 2018 and 2019. The in-studio Burbank things. That was me, Fear Dragon, Nathanius, and In Control. StarCraft should already confirmed. Technically, no, but one of those, like, technically, yes. Like, there's so many pretty verifiable rumors coming from a lot of different sources. It's been accepted that it's going to happen. Sup? People in the press have seen these footage of it. There you go. Yeah, because I feel like already we're getting some leaks about also what type of shooter it is. Because people were guessing Helldivers, and I think the last one I saw was that it was going to be more like that Warhammer game. It's definitely not going to be a hero shooter, which I think was already not on the list personally, because that would obviously just interfere with their Overwatch. They wouldn't do that. And it also wasn't, yeah, it's not the, Blizzard definitely has had a trend, I suppose, I don't know, of making the thing that was getting popular, I suppose, and then or was popular already, and then just doing it and doing it really well. So we're gonna have to take Topher Doll's viewership actually went up for all WCS events, but this absolutely sounds familiar. I'm fairly sure this did happen, and like I said, the very least, they actually found some way to make an esports broadcast profitable. Now, profitable means, like I said, they made more money than they spent. I suppose that could technically mean they made $100. Paste a link for what in particular? Oh, this thing? Gotcha. There you go. What next was I doing? Okay, so I was talking about how obviously viewership declined way before Legacy of the Void was a thing. And with all these other tabs I have open, a lot of speculation is based off of things like the amount of monotony that was occurring. But I forget which one exactly it is, so we have to read all these again. But obviously, this is not surprising to anyone who actually thinks about these things. But thankfully, Twitch, or Nerd Street did this and is still up, of Twitch. So, funnily enough, okay, Twitch Tracker was actually tracking things, but maybe the API... Okay, no, that was 2021, exactly. So yeah, we didn't have access to actual Twitch numbers easily. But Twitch was releasing their own, like, top categories of the year posts for a couple of years before they stopped. So this is what Nerd Street's looking back on. 2011 would have been StarCraft, most likely. Same with 2010, obviously. But by 2012, you already had League of Legends beat Wings of Liberty. Ooh, way back machine. This was about WCS. If you look at the number of players playing each ladder season, we see a consistent rise for the past 10 seasons. Interesting. It seems like this is a pretty good example to give people who have the audacity to say that people left StarCraft because of the 12 worker start. Oh, and this is comparing 17 to 18. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Where do I want to put these links? Kind of in here, I guess. It's a manifesto in the making. I don't know what the nerd equivalent of blowing up a building is, but I'm gonna do it and drop my manifesto. The viewers, yes, and the players? Sorry. What do you mean? Sorry. I didn't quite catch when you put that, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. The viewership and the players increased over the however many years since Legacy of the Void released. This graph was about the player base. How about player development? I don't know about player development specifically, that wordage, but more people played StarCraft 2 after Legacy of the Void. And you might be like, that's obvious. Of course they did. It was a new expansion. But they also stayed around at a pretty consistent level. And then it peaked again. It increased again when free-to-play happened, of course. Ah. Oh well. It's possible that initially the new people took their place. We would never be able to determine that, would we? I think that's obviously likely. Like, people left. Like, there have been people who say they specifically left because of the 12 worker start, and I can't deny them that. I feel like they're not representative of a large population. But I can't ever prove that. All right, so looking on to the topics of Legacy of the Void. This is actually Wolf, by the way. This is Wolf blog. He kind of compiled a lot of the issues that were already being talked about StarCraft and how, Legacy of the Void was trying to fix some things, then not fix some things. Which is pretty nice. It's a neat throwback. What I do think is interesting are discussions that have already been had about ways to improve StarCraft on a grand level. And a couple of these things have nothing to do with the worker start. So he talks about the depth of micro and some of the lush suggestions for how to make micro more fun, which Blizzard actually did respond to and said we're not going to do that. So that could be looked at again. All the suggestions about micro from the lush could be something that they look at for a potential game-changing patch. Prolonged battles and increasing opportunities for micro-reducing DPS. Unfortunately, Husky deleted every video on his channel. So even though Husky made an Imba League all units do half damage video, I cannot attest to it being interesting or not. I didn't watch it when it happened, I guess. And yeah, I can't watch it now. And obviously a very big change would be halving the amount of damage every unit does in StarCraft. Absolutely a critical subpoint to the economy and micro issue is the problem of inflation of supply costs. Supply costs are much higher than Brood War supply costs. The result is far fewer actual units and a much higher ratio of worker to military units and less total investment in military. Interesting. Simply put more units on the board, allowing more units to be spread across more locations. I have no idea. That guy could hype. I won't disagree. I mean, I didn't hate Husky. I enjoyed Husky. He was not my favorite content creator though, for sure. Even back then, he's definitely not now. So I enjoyed his videos, but I already I wanted something more. He fully deleted it. So apparently that's another thing that really drastically changed StarCraft is to change the supply of army. I have no idea how that would work. I have no idea how that would look. And the third topic is the Legacy of the Void economy discussion, which is not the treaties of economy, but rather this guy's thread. AG StarCraft and Husky were big as far as their YouTubes. Once they actually got to be on stage for events, Husky was fine. AG StarCraft was pretty much immediately booted out, which I think was a bit unfair. I wasn't the biggest fan of his content either, but I thought it was very unfair. I paired him up with Pain User, which I don't think was the best pairing you could have made. People were really mean to Husky. I don't remember them being really mean to Husky. Well, there's always been two beasts in StarCraft. There's always been two populations, right? So obviously HE StarCraft had this incredibly huge YouTube, but when he started casting live events, all the live event viewers hated him. So yeah, there's always been that. So yeah, I guess I remember Husky, he was obviously the go-to. This cast doesn't really know anything and just screams, which was a huge talking point back in the beginning years of StarCraft. I actually have included in my timeline the discussion about that. Somewhere in here. But yeah, so that, yeah, in that case, but Husky did get invited back to many MLGs and IPLs. But if you're asking why people hated Husky post 2016, there's a very different reason. There's a very legitimate reason why people hate Husky. Didn't even finish last year's on this channel, yeah. Well, they did hire Too Good for banter. And then he obviously moved on to other esports. Oh, why? So basically, there's some behind-the-scenes drama that didn't help. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of people who have discussed that what people think happened absolutely did happen, which that he basically wanted to stop being a nerdy fucking StarCraft 2 commentator and wanted to hang with the cool kids in California. And so he started to act really pretentious and really haughty and really fucking obnoxious to all of his friends that he made in StarCraft, like the people who did all the talk shows. So like In Control and JP and all those guys. So that's been talked about by multiple people at different lengths, depending on how much they felt like being drama mongers. And then what really ticked off the StarCraft 2 community is that he deleted his entire YouTube channel. And the argument of like, it's his channel, he can do what he want. Obviously, you can't really argue that. And the guesses as to why he did this is he didn't want to be a StarCraft 2 nerd anymore, and he wanted to hang with the cool kids in California. So he didn't want that as part of his record. Some people also say like, well, people have done this because they've said like the R word, because 16 years ago that was 100% done without much pushback, which could also be legitimate. But the loss of his videos was actually a pretty big blow to StarCraft's history. And then we're not done. And then Husky tried to make a comeback, like 4 or 5 years ago? I don't fucking know. And he was a douchebag. He never really confronted all of the issues that people had with him that I just mentioned. Not the drama with the friends, but the YouTube videos. And then he was a really condescending douchebag in the Reddit threads. So that just immediately left people with like, okay, yeah, you're just, we just don't like you. Am I hosting that timeline anywhere? I am not. I am considering opening it up to some type of public forum so people can add on annotations, but I'm trying to think of a really safe way to do that. Oh my god, it works. Holy shit, guys. The Wayback Machine is a thing of beauty. I thought his wife's brand manager told him to do that stuff. That's very likely. I'm not sure he ever confirmed that. Yeah, of course it was time. It was the time he got his new look. Yeah. Quick download it. Actually, like, it's a very good suggestion. I don't know how I don't know if this would work. Yeah, can't do it on that. How do you download this? Maybe I found out that I had shit taste back then. It's okay, all of us have to confront that. Okay, you guys, let's do this. Let's pause the epic music. Let's listen to an H to the Usky Husky cast. Let's fucking go. Oh god, why did you choose a TVT for this? Alright, be right back 1 second. Alright, I see how going on. I miss when StarCraft commenters had this much hope. Excuse you. This is not Poke Bunny, nor is it Korean Bunny. It is European Bunny. Danish, maybe? And if you're like, there was a European Bunny? Yes, there was. I don't know, man. This laugh sounds really fake, yo. Team me the download link. Appreciate it. So many bunnies, yeah, right? You played Poke Bunny? Oh, I've got Poke Bunny stories. Not from playing them, though. Nah, I like him. He's a good guy. Go ahead and just skip. Where are we watching Husky? He hosted a mod that halved unit damage. And we're watching him cast that mod. But apparently we broke it, so. The Wayback Machine is like... Oh my god. This is, 4 Hellions on 1-shot Marine. Did you cast this late in a StarCraft 2? This late? This late? Look at the overlay that he's using. I mean, I guess that this was in Wings of Liberty only. It is in Wings of Liberty. You're not going to see a Widowmine pop out. I think, did we have to research Siege mode? I'm with you, actually. There's some apps that I thought came much later than they did. Yeah. Like, I thought, not Whirlwind, but it's the same. Terraform. I thought Terraform was like a Legacy of the Void map, but it actually wasn't Heart of the Swarm map pool. And I don't know. Probably because, as I've said before, Base Trade TV got so fucking tired of Heart of the Swarm that as soon as we could jump onto Legacy of the Void, we did. I mean, it was one part being fucking tired, and then it was another part, obviously, that's the new thing that everyone wants to watch. But still. I just want to point out they both 1x expanded in this game. A lot of people quit during Heart of the Swarm. If you're talking about, and again, I guess it's not actually quantifiable, but as far as my recollection of community acknowledgement, that's a phrase. If you're talking about metas where people definitely left StarCraft, you're talking about Broodlord Infestor and Swarm Hosts. And especially Swarm Hosts. Now that had to do with Swarm Hosts, but then it also had to do with, frankly, just an emerging market of other competitive games. And the overall decline of RTS, which was going to happen inevitably anyway. But 100%. Like, the amount of community, like, an acknowledgement that this is happening to us, where they're like, people are leaving in droves because of anything that happened in Legacy of the Void, I think there's nothing comparable. Nothing I can think of. They brought Tankavat in again. As far as big complaints about the early Legacy of the Void, I would say Tankavax definitely were complained about, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of complaints. How about that 8 Armor Ultra? Badass. I feel like I'm feeling some bias right now. With 2 attack Marauders, thank you. Yes, exactly. Holy God, the observing. Yeah, it seems like spells are still full. Which wouldn't be, it isn't a terrible idea. Like, I'm not promoting that we half all the damage, by the way. There have been other other interesting discussions about like how we could reform StarCraft, and one of these was one of the discussions. But it wouldn't actually be a terrible idea to have like a significantly reduced attack damage in general, except for spells, because that kind of goes into like the whole Stormgate thing where they were missing power spikes. Like, nothing was exciting. And you know, you could leave spells as still being really exciting. Is Michael? Oh my God, Jesus! I was gonna make like an ADHD commentary, you know, but you just cranked that shit up to 1,000. Jesus Christ! We've watched rocks. We haven't really watched unit interactions. Oh my God! That didn't last very long, but that was so little damage. Side point. TVT has not changed as much as I thought it did. Not that we get vast battle cruisers right off the bat, of course, but just the whole like, okay, we gotta go in the air now, guys. I don't tell you. You gotta have the starports. That would have killed 4. That would have killed 4. These are very different interactions. Not necessarily the worst either, to be honest with you. Like, it clearly takes longer. Energy bars on battle cruisers, guys. I do wish we saw a Marine versus Marine battle. Oh my God, those SCVs would have been barbecued in the first shot. Every single one of them. With that many Blue Flame aliens? Excuse me. No worries, Gandalf. Thanks for stopping by. This must not be the entire... This isn't just one game, right? This isn't just one game, right? I feel like I'm like Padme in this Anakin meme. This video is 30 minutes. Oh God. Oh God. No. It's just the same game. Oh my God. What are we watching this on? Wayback Machine. Because otherwise this video wasn't available. Oh, this is Heart of the Swarm. This is Heart of the Swarm. You were right. You were right. Whoever was like, I thought this was Heart of the Swarm. There was one fucking Widowmine. Which actually does explain why, it, I guess, looks a little bit more like this with the Blue Flame Hellions, because Hellion openers were a weirdly popular thing. Oh, there's so many Widow Mines! Ah, clearly. Maybe just the overlay. Okay, one of two things is happening. Either Husky never adapted to new overlays, or overlays spent way longer being the default overlay than I remember. I am fairly certain, I am actually very certain, the more that I think about it, that there were alternative overlays by this point. It took a long time for new overlays. It didn't take that long. MLG in Wings of Liberty definitely, it was still ugly. Oh, it was still ugly. But there definitely were new overlays by Heart of the Swarm. The first good one was Game Heart. Yeah, they don't normally. Husky. They don't die to one shot. They don't. That's not how it works. Do you have to load specific Game Heart maps for it? No. So there was the Game Heart mod that you put into your folder, which is still what happens. You put it into your folder. And then there was the Game Heart. That wasn't a great way of describing it. There was the Game Heart file, and then there was the Game Heart mod. I do not remember. The Game Heart file is the one that gave you the overlay. The Game Heart mod is the one that gives you the worker kill counts and stuff. Did you hear that? First of all, fucking lols. But did you hear what he said? And my Lord and Savior, Heart of the Swarm, 6 worker start. Well, I think I've seen enough. It's obviously not an uninteresting idea. Yeah, I think that in particular was a little too long for me. That was the Battle Cruisers versus the Vikings. That was a little silly. But I'm also like obviously not. There's been no math that I've ever done about having all worker, all damage, because I'm sure that we saw a mirror matchup first of all. Like how does that really play out with other races? How does it play out with particular units? How does it change kill shots if you just simply half everything? That reduces kill shots for some things but not for others, right? I don't know. TB 2013 March with this review as similar one. There you go. Yeah, because I absolutely recall early MLGs having a still very bad overlay, but definitely different overlay. So I think his Husky was just lazy. We have topic, but I think arrogance being good is boring. You know who shared that belief? Mayor Humblebee. And you'll be shocked by this. The Stormgate developers. They said they also thought that air units were complicated. Oh no, but hold on. In case you missed the development of Stormgate. This is what they told us in this summit that they had where Monk described all these ideas and all of these comparisons to StarCraft and Brood War. And so many of them were like really well thought out and good ideas, I thought, including the fact that air units have to be very carefully used for all these XY reasons why they could be bad. And then they release an entire race of flying buildings. I do not know what happened between those two things, but I'm sure a crack was involved. Anyway. Just go for my coma. Yeah. I really, that has always just so confused me. I kind of, like, what they also did was that they hired an author that was completely unrelated to any Blizzard stories, who presumably did not come up with Arthas 2.0. And then they were like, forget that shit. Let's talk to our buddy, Chris Metzen, and he'll tell us what to do. And then again, what happened between those two things? I don't know. We don't know how to get so high. Yeah. They need to share. Some of their secrets. The Lush is a very smart guy, but he's not the best voiceover. I was kind of hoping he might summarize his points at the end of the video. This is clearly not what has happened. Oh, wait, there's chapters. Is the CSL still going? The Collegiate Star League? Is that what you're referring to? Huh, yeah. I mentioned it once because it had a premier tournament, believe it or not. It had a tournament that had like a $10,000 prize pool. Shockingly, Barrett. Shockingly. Kind of wish you still had your video from where you check the announcement cinematic. Oh, I'm pretty sure that video's still up. I didn't delete any YouTube videos for Stormgate. I deleted it Twitch VOD. Much after Stormgate was already dead. I don't know if CSL was the first form of collegiate esports. Oh, yeah, I didn't save that. I didn't highlight it. I see what you mean. Yeah. No, I know the people who made CSL. Mona. Mona was the chick who helped create CSL, and her brother, Peter, still works in esports, but Mona had moved away by the time I got to going to DC lands and DC barbecues, but her brother Peter was always there, so we'd always ask him about how she was doing. I think the most recent thing I heard about her was that she made some type of like fancy bra. This is a no cap situation, guys. This is serious. But she made some type of bra that's supposed to be, I don't know, like all the buzzwords, right? Like simple, comfortable, but also like good for the environment, blah, blah, blah. Crypto. Yeah. And I think it's very successful. I think she's very successful. Yeah. So I think I might have talked to her once, despite knowing a weird amount about her because I knew her brother. Yeah. So we cast a couple of CSL things. Base Trade TV did. Kind of infamously, that's the one that I almost didn't make. I didn't make the finals of CSL finals because it was at 10 p.m. or like 9 p.m. at DreamHack Austin 2016. And my hangover was so bad that I only rolled out of bed at like 8 o'clock. But I was there. I cast it. Collegiate esports is actually still one of the most discussed realistic avenues of growth for esports, actually. Like, it's not... You really have to pay attention to it to know about it, is the thing. Even though, from my understanding, it is very widespread still. Like, collegiate esports is still absolutely a thing. Not with StarCraft. And there's a lot of people that still believe in its potential. But yeah, I think it's less discussed. But I think it's actually bigger than it was when it was StarCraft too. Oh yeah, she left. She was like an advisor position pretty quickly in the grand context of things. Yeah. Because it was like a second job.
Emergency induction port.
Going Dutch. Thank you for the 63 months. You've been summoned for nerdy shit. Oh, CSL was the entire country, for sure. Even some Canadian schools, I think. Oh, you're able to look into the bra thing she did? Oh, okay, yeah. Focus on like cup size and band consideration. Yeah. That sounds about right. Tejarnia, thank you very much for your Prime sub. Appreciate that. Diaries of a Female Entrepreneur in the Lingerie. There you go. There you go. I think that is. I think they did. I did read that when we were talking about her success. But this was so many years ago. Obviously, this is like Vikings look fucking crazy. What he's pointing out is not that this will balance StarCraft. By the way, it's that whether or not StarCraft units feel as good to play with as Brood War counterparts. Just to be clear, no one's watching this and like, can't believe Zombie. Of course, Zombie would want Vikings to move like this. These are fucking insane. This is overpowered. That is really weird, isn't it? I don't know if that's changed. We'd have to get some of the people who actually know the editor in here. But that's interesting. For some reason, besides the Muta, there's no damage point that's 0. Which I think actually is the Oracle thing has been fixed over many, many patches, including perhaps this one. Ah! Oracles with a projectile? Is that a great idea or a bad idea? Wait a minute. They must have fixed that, because I'm pretty sure that's not the case anymore. Why not both? How would that work? Again, I think they did something along with the oracles, and they've also changed the oracles. This I remember watching. Turret tracking was actually also addressed in StarCraft 2, I believe, but not correctly, I want to say. Jimmy, thanks for that raid. Pretty sure turret tracking was actually in one of the bigger updates for StarCraft. But I don't remember when. Pre-Brood War remaster? Yeah, I guess that's true. He is. You can play on those settings, though. Imagine playing it. I do. I like playing Brood War every now and again. Don't really like streaming it, though. Starbo! Starbo mentioned. Masochist. Terran. Which my Brood War friends told me not to do, but they're not my real mom. Not very often, but I play ladder every now and again. Scouts mentioned. Valkyrie's mentioned pre-remastered. Scouts see justice. Huh. Brood War vultures, probes, drones, and archons behave like air units and path like ground units. feel like I'm being brainwashed. Flashes of things. Anyways, I know for a fact that this has been stuff that has been changed in patches. I feel like there is a market. There is a patch that had different verbiage. Like they started using like damage point, for instance, and then I think they explained it the first time. And I think that might have been when the Balance Council took over. So I'm pretty sure that they've known about all these things, and that they've changed some of them, and some of the things that they didn't think was worthwhile, and that they did watch this video. But some of the things might be, worth relooking at. This I think this was the article I was reading that had something I wanted to quote. He means how brood warriors feel like they're on ice. Yeah. Yeah, they tried to fix the carrier after trying to remove the carrier. And I think they even talked publicly about, how they recognized Brood Warriors carrier was better for these reasons, and then they tried to mimic it in StarCraft 2, and then it didn't work. It's not 1-to-1 still. Was it about the Viking? Could have been, yeah. Oh boy. Okay, that's not that too bad. That's not bad. This is before StarCraft 2. Trying to figure out how many SCVs. So this is just math on Brood War specifically, not in relation to StarCraft 2. The original game, worker mining efficiency was on a gradient scale. This means the more saturated your base was, less efficient its output. For example, 2 base with 8 worker base would mine more minerals. Yep. So we've gone through that already. It's a clear incentive for players to expand without thoroughly punishing players who want to play an aggressive game. Which at the heart of it is what we want from a worker change difference, right? It's a clear incentive for players to expand without thoroughly punishing players who wanted to play an aggressive game and expand later. Like this is what people think is going to happen with 8 workers and what people want. Yes? I think so. It also means on the flip side, losing a base against the opponent with similar base doesn't necessarily mean the end of the game. Here we go. I think this is one that I wanted to highlight. First, it originally meant that one base economy was too strong versus a player that tried to expand. We saw the consequences in early Wings of Liberty, when expanding was a near impossibility due to combination of map design and no real immediate economic incentive. Base would eventually start to pay off via superior work count, but players often died before they kicked in. Blizzard's approach was to introduce numerous balance changes that heavily nerfed one base play. This caused the early game to become stale, as one base play no longer provided much incentive to punish a fast expand player. So, now we see fast expand from pretty much every race in every matchup. It's gotten to the point where things like triple CC is considered a standard TVZ build. When was this posted? 2016? 2018? 2026? It's posted 2014. Before Legacy of the Void was announced, before they knew Well, I guess before it was released, I should say. It did. They'd also had more resources. Mm-hmm. Well, HOTS was already heavily leaning toward fast expand as default and 3cc as standard. Watch this, guys. Check this out. Check this out. Footnote. Oh, we're essay writers now. You have a document, StarCraft 2 historian. Oh, this isn't my StarCraft 2 history document. Ask the A to write the timeline. No. This is the StarCraft 2 history timeline. Which I will go over and ask you guys to give your input as to what you think I missed that might have occurred at some points. The other one is going into the PTR discussion. And I really feel like this is coincidentally timed on what I was already doing. Because so many people's basis of their argument for the worker count change is history. They remember when X. They remember many years ago why. And I feel like I'm like, okay, well, here we go. And that's what I'm really railing against. So when people say that Wings, Liberty, and Heart of the Swarm had so many more diverse games, I feel like they are completely ignoring that the early game became stale as one-base plays no longer provided much incentive to punish fast expand players. So now we see fast expand for pretty much every race and every matchup. Point where things like triple CC is considered a standard TVZ build in Heart of the Swarm. Worker count didn't fix this. This happened with the 6 worker counts. And I just don't see how people, what's the word? Connect the two. You know what? Like, how are they going to be like, well, Legacy of the Void is different because it has new units? Well, that would be a reason as actually to why touching the worker count could be extremely dangerous. Because, yes, they have balanced Legacy of the Void over the last 10 years with 12 workers in mind. Because there are new units and new mechanics. But if we go back to a lower worker count, we're definitely going to stop having a 3cc considered a standard build. No. Absolutely fucking not. If we went back to 6 workers, we would see a lot more one-base play. Apparently not. Now, this is what I remember. But I'm looking for, like, newspaper headlines that say the same thing. So it's not just like, oh, what does ZombieGrub remember? She probably didn't even cast that much Heart of the Swarm. When it's like, no, I really do remember practicing 3cc and believing that my god innovation knew what he was doing. Now, does that mean that every single Heart of the Swarm game went 3cc? No. You could easily look up the BlizzCon finals and prove me wrong if I were to ever fucking say that. I could also say the same thing to you about Legacy of the Void. Yesterday I cast games where, shockingly, there were not just fast expands and 3cc's. This is the disconnect that I don't see people reconciling with. There we go. That's the word I wanted to remember. yeah. And then and then I feel like so much of the end argument when I listen to people who still really want 8 workers, I feel like so much of the end argument is we don't know what it'll do. And I'm like, true. We kind of do, though. We kind of know what happens when you have less workers in StarCraft, because we had less workers in StarCraft. So you kind of do. No, but there's new units and shit. Yeah, but that doesn't. If anything, that means that we're completely disregarding 12 years of balance, 10 years of balance on 12 workers. And you could see how that could actually be catastrophic, right? Like, initially, I was, workers is bad. Then I was, maybe workers won't really do anything. And it's ultimately pointless, and two-minute delay, like, I actually don't care. But now I'm back to, I think this actually will ruin things. But, this isn't necessarily the point of any video that I would try and make. I wouldn't want a video on YouTube to be, here's why 8 workers is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Because that's extreme and unnecessary. More so, I would be like, hey, here's why 8 workers might not be the solution that we're looking for. Then point to, historically, we have seen 6 workers also have the same problem as StarCraft currently does, that you guys think is a problem, but maybe even isn't, but that's a whole nother issue. What about 10 workers? It would still not fix the problems that people think it'll fix. The variety of openers and the ability to play on 1 or 2 bases for longer, more interesting periods of time. Because it wasn't the case when it was 6 either. Exactly, Barrett. Here's why 8 workers start doesn't solve the problem it's trying to. Or even, like, I was thinking of the title being StarCraft 2's economy sucks, but not for the reason that you think. The mineral reduction, the mineral and gas reduction is another point, obviously. I would say that, again, we had massively more minerals and gas in Heart of the Swarm Wings of Liberty, and this still was a problem in those games. What is less of a problem nowadays, but still a problem, I would say, is the amount of turtling that is a thing that really people don't like. That happens. People roll their eyes when a mech player stays on 3 bases and they can't break them. People roll their eyes when TVZ gets to 6 bases versus 8, Mass Ghost defending versus Zerg Onslaught. Like, but that again, none of those problems were certainly fixed with higher or lower resource counts. But they're worse, I would say, on the higher resource counts, because we have Brutal Infestor on the tail end of Wings of Liberty and Swarm Host on the tail end of Heart of the Swarm. I thought the idea was to prolong early game to allow the smaller battle happens more often. Kind of one and the same here. Yes. So specifically what the words they used. To extend the early and mid-game experience, allowing players to remain competitive on 1 to 2-3 bases for longer periods, introduce gateways, while also increasing overall strategic diversity across all 3 races. So one kind of same, kind of both, yeah. So anyway, I got one newspaper clipping, one person in the midst of Heart of the Swarm who talks about the problem that we're still currently talking about, apparently. We can't hate Turtle and 8 base Zergs at the same time. feel like I need more clarification on that one. Seeing if there's anyone interesting responding. None of you are interesting. Once again, so removing macro mechanics was just the issue. It's more interesting, but also potentially catastrophic. Yeah, because 12 worker start has been balanced around 12 workers for the last 10 years. StarCraft 2 has been balanced around macro mechanics for 20. Because they got macro mechanics in like 2007. We should either encourage quicker expands to deal with turtling, or encourage less expansion and not deal with 10 bases in 10 minutes. Chrono, they got shafted. Well, you know, I would have, if you had asked me which one is worse or creating a stronger race, however many years ago, I would have said mules are stronger, injects are stronger, Chrono feels a little lame. However, what it seems like is that Chrono actually is secretly the strongest. And I know before someone frosts at the mouth because they saw someone take a 7th base and mule drop to 5 bajillion minerals. I agree, that looks very stupid. But gestures to all the Protoss players, and Protoss doing pretty well. So I think it's less flashy. Yeah, that's got to be what I conclude, right? Because I'm with you just on like vibe, eye checks. You know, mules instantly giving you all the bank in the world just for having a base for 1 minute. That feels stupid. Injects giving you a billion larvae so that you can instantly tech swap between 2 completely different compositions feels stupid. Chrono, 7 Chronos, let's say, at the end game of a PVZ, that doesn't feel that stupid. Like, that's not, do we even notice when that happened? We don't even notice when that happens. But it is happening all the time, so. Actually, Mayor Humblebee, apparently it was Terran that was the weakest. They did test the removal of macro mechanics in early Legacy of the Void. And it was Terran who suffered the most, and then they basically gave up on the test, saying that it wasn't something that they were willing to try and, to fix, because they'd have to change so many other parameters. It's easy to use Chrono badly, dropping mills almost always good. Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. Chrono obviously is also used for all things. Terran Mule is used for economy. Zerg Larva is used for economy and army, but not technology. And Chrono is used on all 3 of those things. So I'm guessing that's another reason. So when Terrans are satisfied with their economy, which as we've discussed at length on this stream, but just as kind of a summary, 3 base is the maximum amount of economy that you're ever going to want in StarCraft. There is no advantage to getting to 4 base economy, as in more workers. And a 5th base, more workers. Once you have around a 3 base economy. That's pretty much it's peak economy. It's hit very fast, and it stays that way. And so you start taking away choices that would usually matter in other games, like investing into production or into technology or choosing economy over army. And then Chrono is there, and I guess it does everything. Whereas Terrans, when they do maximize their economy on 3 bases, the only thing they're waiting for to use mules on is a brand new base. Whereas Protoss is like, well, I guess I can't expand. I can't transfer my probes. So I guess I'll just Chrono the hell out of my gateways or Chrono the hell out of my technology. And the more that I talk about it, the more that I'm really understanding why Chrono is very good. But I would not have said that on a gut check question. It's also supply hats, also not important. By the time, in the same scenario, if you are peak economy, you're also pretty close to peak supply. You have built enough supply depots and command centers. So you're not getting this big boost from saying, well, thank God I can put supply caps on. No Terran has ever been like that post 8 minutes, I guess, right? Has any Terran after like 8 minutes been like, oh, well, hold on. Good Terran players. Because yes, I will acknowledge that sometimes I've slapped down like 5 supply hats because I'm bad. But you get what I'm saying. You could lose a depot in a fight. Yeah, and that happens, but I feel like the energy I should be spending on trying to convince you that a supply hat is as useful as being able to chrono production and technology could be better used elsewhere. And I'm trying not to say that offensively. Oh, okay. How much would actually need to change to make the ideal game? Knowing that generally I'm pretty happy with StarCraft. You know, like, yeah, I haven't been casting it as much, but it's really not I mean, all the streams I've been doing are not financially viable, to be clear. They're not really pushing me forward in many ways. But I am, at the end of the day, I find it too alluring. It's the siren's call. Anyway, but I do watch a lot of StarCraft. And, you know, as much as people are like, we need to make a better game, the game is already really fucking good. I feel like, again, this, like, so much of StarCraft's problems have so much more to do with perception than it is the actual base game. Oh, supply hat should be taken out? Oh, if they're going to change macro mechanics, then sure. I mean, yeah, I don't care about that. Play other RTS, and people will be like, people are! Look how many content creators are moving Age of Empires. Is there really that many? Right now, there's a lot who are doing it simultaneously because they're part of this big tournament. It's very good for the stream. What are we talking about? Economy. But yeah, I would say, you know, the only people that I feel like are, I have to be obnoxious about how much I think Age of Empires sucks. Because the people who are like, I'm not really into StarCraft 2 right now, maybe I'll try another RTS. I don't really like Age of Empires either. It's fine, like, I don't need to play a game. You know, like, are out there. But they're not going to post about it. Same with the people who are like, maybe StarCraft 2, I need a break, I need something slower, let's play Age of Empires. Oh, God. Oh, never mind, it all sucks, I hate it. Also exists. And at least one of those persons is me. Instead, I play a game that if it's a little bit slower, it's also cooler because it has hydras and jackals and scarabs. And I make it the Titan, and it goes stomp, stomp, stomp. Age of Mythology. Anyway. I'm saying that I personally like Age of Empires, by the way. I'm being very dramatic. I don't actually think it sucks like everyone, stupid for liking it. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons you can like Age of Empires. And probably one of the reasons that Age of Empires feels slower and in a lot of people's minds better is probably because they have a more similar economic model to Brood War. And that is not because of the worker start, obviously. Very different things. But rather the idea that Age of Empires rewards you for being above a 3-base economy. Peak economy is not met in average Age of Empire games. Now, I say that with confidence because I'm pretty sure it is true. I do not actually have any stats on it. I don't know how much the Age of Empire people have been really nerdy about this. But yeah. TFT took more people? Well, so many games took StarCraft 2. And I think that also has to, like RTS in general got people taken away, right? Because what individual people liked about StarCraft 2 or any RTS was sliced and diced into all these other genres we now have, like auto chess. Yeah, Den was playing Age of Empires 4. He was good. The Deviltarian. I'm gonna be right back. I just realized I'm wearing a Stormgate t-shirt. Feel like someone joins this nerdy RTS discussion and sees that I support Stormgate and they're like, well, this chick doesn't know what she's talking about. This female. I swear the game that I played in teams for Age of Empires last week, my teammate on my left technically got tower rushed. There was just 5 towers from the opponent attacking their buildings and their wall for 75% of the game. And it was like a 30-minute game. And I was like, what am I looking at? Yeah, they had very good, comfy t-shirts. I'd be good at StarCraft was about strategy and APM crowd. Those people. All right, so with this guy, by the way, despite that nice little nugget, gonna goes on to talk about hard economic efficiency on 3 bases. Emphasis of economic disruption is placed on destroying bases instead of killing workers, perpetuated by macro mechanics. You're better off to destroy the town hall. Told you guys, I'm not the one who does that. I was not the one who started this. I should take credit, but like people were like, "Oh, that's funny. Use town hall to summarize all 3 of the main bases," and I'm like, "It's the correct term. What are you laughing at me for?" It switches the gameplay narrative from multi-pronged harassment to one of big frontal assault. I agree with that. Anyway, it's called a town center. It's literally called a town center, yeah. I like this point. He argues that reducing minerals does not address StarCraft 2's problems, which it didn't. I would say it still made it a little more interesting, but... Setting up the game for more base trades? Well, those are the funnest games. Anyways, his suggestions are to reduce the efficiency of workers on patches. Lelouch does come in and say this has... It looks like he said he agreed with Hitler. Okay, I thought he said something before this. I agree with Haider, not Hitler. Economy should design so it provides incentives to expand. As it stands, now the legacy model enforces expanding. Specifically says change encourages expanding more. It merely puts players on an unofficial clock to replace their current base. Which I guess is true. Another game design that restricts, punishes rather than incentivizes. I think it's the only thing he says here, though. The incentive is so strong. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Watching this, I'm watching WCS and noticing lots of his points against StarCraft 2 are wrong. Seeing lots of back and forth about huge advantage in life versus Tasia. Which is the same exact situation that I feel like we're currently in. I feel like we're in a simulation. This is basically the same argument around worker change between the game is too stale. No, it's actually not. We should go for more workers. No, we should go for less workers. This is just a repeat. This is a repeat. They have used the storyline before. Do people still actively use Team Liquid? Well, there's like a dozen of us. Now, unfortunately, Team Liquid really is quite dead. I think it's still very useful for News. The articles are very good. Keeping up with tournaments. And finding out who's streaming. Yeah, because like non-Reddit, like the internet's been so centralized. There's a simple non-brood war suggestion. Mineral nodes count the amount of harvesters assigned to each node. They already do this. Whenever one worker is assigned to a patch, the worker harvests and returns X minerals. Whenever two workers, they only harvest and return X2. 3 workers assigned can only harvest X3. That would probably be very confusing. All right. So having the amount of minerals returned based on how many SCVs are on a mineral patch is probably too disorienting. I feel like that's a lot of extra things people need to keep track of. When certainly what at the very least worker change does is that it's very simplistic. I have 8 workers instead of 12. I understand that. Nothing else changes. What is this? What is this post? Let's simulate a game where Blizzard's resource system backfires and what the difference is to viewers. Life versus MC Blizzard version. Both players are max saturation on 3 bases after 10 minutes. 12 starting worker removes 2 minutes of early game buildup. Well, Artosis, it looks like Life has his economy in place and is gearing up for a Hydra Roach Viper timing. He's massing units right now. You're right, Sean. Although he's taking a 4th and 5th behind this as he's moving out. With the new resource system, his main base is only roughly 5 minutes from mining out. Life moves out in the map maxed out between 11 and 12 minutes, opposed to 2 minutes later in the old system. Life is looking to hit a sweet spot timing before MC hatches up in supply. He needs to hurry. Oh my god, MC. Catches out 15 of Life's Hydras. What a mistake from Life. I don't think he has enough Hydras to break this, Day 9. He has to back away and regroup. He can't keep fighting in this position. Life regroups. Meanwhile, MC is maxed out in 12 or 13 minutes. What can Life do here? He has to take a fight. His composition only becomes weaker against Protoss as the game progresses, and he's running out of minerals. I mean, there's no other option, really. MC is refusing to attack into Life. MC's just guarding his natural 5th base. Knowing Life eventually has to move out and try to take it. Yeah, if I were MC, I wouldn't be too keen attacking into these spines and spores either. I take an unnecessary risk when you can play safe. Win ahead, get further ahead. And MC is absolutely choking Life out of options right now. Life tries to crawl an inch forward with static defenses towards a fifth. Then MC is refusing to engage in a battle unless it happens in an open field. He has no incentive to be the active one. Life is going for it. It has to be now. I don't know, Day 9. That's a really bad position to be fighting in for life, but he's running out of minerals, so he has to make something happen. Life loses, fight, GG's out. Look, I don't want to say that something exactly like that happened yesterday in Rainer versus Classic. But is that's exactly what happened. First, life's pressured by game design and attacking at 200 timing that has reached up to 2 minutes earlier. And it strings life for player of any race, which opens up with the competition that becomes inferior at the 15-minute mark. 200 supply timings already happened in StarCraft 2, so it wouldn't really be much different. Apart from the fact 200 supplies reached earlier. Life versus MV results. Reddit. This is bullshit. One mistake decides the game. It's even worse than Heart of the Swarm. MC didn't even need to attack Life to win that game. He did literally nothing offensively and won. Yes, but can you blame him? Why should he try to attack Life when he can just sit back and make sure Life runs out of mining bases? MC's playing smart. He used the economy to his advantage. If you want to blame anyone, blame Blizzard. Life actually threw that game too. I mean, I feel like this besides the names, which were quickly irrelevant shortly after this post was made. Actually, not that shortly. This was a year before he was found out. Still. Exchange the names, and I feel like he's pretty fucking right. This is funny. And he replaced MC with Rain. There, yeah, that would fix it. Oh, yeah. Should be standing up more. Quick break reminder for everyone who's been sitting the entire 2 hours. I have the VOD exclusive thing on this time. So if you checked this in VOD format, or if you listen to this on YouTube, it should not be playing. Just that one time. Well, no, I guess there was the deadlock stream as well. It's because Windows reset my audio when it had to reinstall Windows 11. So this thing, basically this wasn't checked. So music was coming from my mic, basically, as opposed to just its own separate channel. But it should be correct. I am StarCraft history. Bold. I didn't know which song this was at first. Better than the other StarCraft history guy? Well, obviously there's no denying I'm a part of StarCraft 2's history. But a lot of people are a part of StarCraft 2's history. I am StarCraft 2's history. The StarCraft Bible, I have a copy of it. It only goes up to like 2012. I wonder if it says anything about the games, though. Am I writing a book? No, not a book. Wait for StarCraft 2 continued. Well, this could be interesting. On the last point, it's been noted by major community figures that Korean StarCraft sites have experienced vastly underwhelming hit counts regarding StarCraft 2, a truth that lasted at least past the retail release. Man, they didn't care about it even when it was fucking released. Oh no, the YouTube video guy, that's RTS Storyteller. StarCraft Historian is a pretty cool guy who does all those interviews. They're not really history based, but they're useful for future StarCraft historians. No, RTS Storyteller, I'm sure, is a nice guy, but it's very clear, especially at the rate that he produces videos. It's just collects all the superficial information you can from basically Reddit and make a video about it, which I don't think is good. But his video on Base J TV was basically correct anyway. Borderline AI slop? Well, I assume he was writing his own drafts. I don't know if he still is. Oh yeah, no, it took me a while to get the two correct as well. Anyway, moving on. This is interesting stuff. Began to abate some of those fears with 3 important new gameplay features, which attempted to re-emphasize what was perceived as an extremely important macro management aspect of the game. Macro mechanics. On the Terrans, in 3 new game mechanics, which surprised many of the worried and seemed to have moved the focus of the game over toward macro management, much to the satisfaction of most fans. This 3 mechanics would, in theory, ensure a sufficiently high skill ceiling for the game. I wish there were more sources for what he's writing. All I can do is take his word for this being the community sentiment. After years of theorizing about potential major issues in the sequel, the community for the first time, as though macro management was not going to be fatally hamstrung. Unlimited unit selection became a target. Tasteless complained about this one. Citation needed. Yeah. I should Um, you dumbass. Did you not put when when StarCraft 2 officially released on here? Fucking genius. Genius. Oh, wait, no, it was right. Oh, I'm genius. Jesus. I'm extra genius. Uh... Uh... I mean, I might have to write supposedly. Like, there's... It's not even really where it belongs, though. This concerns over the inclusion of things like multi-building selection, unlimited hotkeys, superior AI pathing, that there would be a lack of macro management. These fears were at least partially fused by the reveal of macro mechanics. Injects chrono. Smirt. Smirt. It was quite different from the predecessor's launch. Yeah, no kidding. Dustin Browder, the sequel's design director and an increasingly loved figure in StarCraft's history. I don't think it's incorrect, but I think this was written before we need land. We want land. Battle.net 2.0. Oh, yeah. Tell me more. Tell me more. Spice World was an amazing movie, and I would happily rewatch it again. So why has it been so poorly received? God, I would never remember what exactly made these things terrible. I guess this maybe happened with release. It wasn't in beta, or at least they assumed that maybe all the things that were wrong with it were going to be fixed by launch. Either way. No, that's not at all what I wanted to do. I don't know how to fix that. Way funnier than what I guessed. It has its moments. Legitimately. For multi-episode podcast series, it is. Lack of chat rooms. Lack of LAN. Counterintuitive and convoluted ladder system. Your true rank is hidden from you. That's right, you couldn't see your MMR. You could only ever see your ranks. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. It's got Facebook integration? Wait, it did? I don't remember that. I remember this. Idra's good for StarCraft, says Dan Artosis Simkoski. Prior to the game, he was asked what to do in the unlikely event that he did lose. I don't know, he told Team Liquid. I've never really been a fan of thinking about situations that aren't going to happen. I don't really have a hot Idra take. Maybe the hot Idra take is that he was very attractive. When he got his bracket, put on some muscle. A lot of women in the scene thought that he was quite cute. If I don't play Brood War, I'm wasting time. I just shit around all day with friends or watch TV. I don't improve as a human being. Oh yeah, StarCraft 2 released when Kespo was having a lot of a lot of shit happen. Oh, I didn't even think about that. It is funny. Because of course he did. Absolutely. But yeah. Oh, we're all the way back. Time is a circle. If you browse Team Liquid, Warcraft 3 is seen as this massive mistake by some people, especially the way they dealt with the ladder. Huh. I guess that makes sense. StarCraft diehard fans would hate some Warcraft 3. K9's so positive in this. So that's why it excites me that Blizzard is stepping in. First, that they dislike Kespa makes me happy. Any tournament doing the opposite of Kespa is doing something right. That's a good thing. This is great. My personal opinion, Kespa is an awful, awful organization. It's one of those classic situations. Went to the tournament, and organizers didn't understand the game that level of bad. They basically give the player no rights. They put the players in a slave auction that they call the Free Players Agreement, which is supposed to give players an opportunity to make more money, but really force the players to limit all their options and get paid less. Damn. I gotta include this in my Brood War podcast. Other game communities like Counter-Strike and Smash Bros. Have complained about companies insisting on an easier game for the sake of popularity at the expense of competitive gaming. Did they? Well, Smash doesn't surprise me. No platform yet. I'll probably upload it to the same podcast thing I did, and then I think it pushed it out to like all the major podcasts, but I don't remember. The gameplay is different and no real macro is needed. Auto micro is enabled. The competition isn't as interesting. It's just not as hard. I'm not going to improve too much because only different counters and strategies can be discovered. Getting better at mechanics will never be an issue. Ah! These takes! This is so good! Gonna host a video on the Good Luck Have Fun YouTube. Not my main YouTube. So yeah, this literally doesn't even go into 2012. It's like 2010. Oh, Terran Rain. Right. Thank you, Supernova, for the 2 months. Hi. This is on a website somewhere. It is not. I was given this copy because I messaged the creator of the documentary. Oh, shit. What was it called? The Evil Geniuses documentary. She went around interviewing a bunch of evil geniuses and created like an hour and a half long documentary. Anyways, I emailed her when I started this project almost 2 years ago. And she actually responded. And she was like, you should probably have this. Because unfortunately, the only other way to read this is to buy it like on Amazon. And it's like $100 or something. I have not played Mechabellum. It doesn't look like a game I'll enjoy. I have no interest in it. He met Boxer, didn't realize it. Ooh. This was 2002. Wow. DJ Went went to Korea that long ago? That's sick. Uh... I'm looking for the part where I mentioned how popular he was. I guess I'll just add it to the end here. Can you have a copy of the StarCraft Bible? I mean, I feel really weird being the one who shares it, because I'm pretty sure she said that it was not meant to be shared. So, I mean, it really sucks because I don't think there's any other way to get it, and I don't think this guy, I don't even know how to, ask the guy who created this. Random question: why does StarCraft 2 not get as much as a gamer girl scene as Brood War had? I'm glad you asked. No. So what you see in this document 3 is the Brood War podcast, which is basically done, but needs to be proofread. Anyways, I actually have a episode, possibly a whole episode, dedicated to that question, actually. See? Is Twitter DMs are open? Well, yeah, maybe just link his Twitter, and then whoever wants to ask for it can ask for it. I just want this. You just want the Bible? I see. My podcast isn't good enough. Slayer's Boxers book is free online. It's called Crazy as Me. By the way, I didn't really have an answer for that, to be honest with you. I actually did look into it. You're watching Pylon shows? I mean, of course. I was in the community long before the Pylon show. So it's it's hard to say why Brood War was more liked, but to be honest, I am fairly certain that there's also a cultural thing going on where I think even in today's League of Legends, or let's say when Overwatch, like Apex was happening 10 years ago in Korea, you had far more Korean women in attendance. Which is something worth looking into. And then you could maybe extrapolate from that kind of the Korean idol culture that exists. Oh, wait, I already did that. Wait, me smart. Me smart. I already did that. I just forgot because I wrote this part many months ago. Yay. You just got in? Oh, neat. Well, then you might like all of my podcasts once it actually is created. And then he just talks about kind of like games potential, forum culture. Yeah, I mean, so this was literally written in like 2010. No, I don't. I haven't made it yet. Having StarCraft 2 general chat, as if Brood War general chat was roses. I think it had less filters than StarCraft 2 does. And there really are a lot of bangers on this playlist. It was pretty funny if some Reddit dude claims ZG doesn't even play. I actually didn't see that. But I'm, it's not untrue. I played some team games a couple months ago. Or not a couple months, I guess I played it a few weeks ago. Regardless, yeah, I don't play a lot of 1v1 at all. Wait, is these mods still available? I bet they're not. It says it's a mod. Yeah. Can you look up people? Well, either I'm not searching it correctly or it doesn't exist. That would make sense, Barrett. My opinion on P doesn't matter. Oh, well, yeah, they're idiots. There's a lot of idiots. You link me that, and I'll respond to them saying you're an idiot. And I won't even ask for money to do it. For who's looking for the Bible, it's pretty easy to find online. Yar. Y'all vote me? Thanks. Taking a trip down memory lane. Oh, it's a little bit of looking up the past for the sake of the PTR discussion and a little bit of going through my timelines. Oh my god, this guy is one of the few Team Liquid posters that still posts. I recognize this guy's name. This guy has been posting consistently on Team Liquid for over 12 years. That's a gamer. As requested. Award. I also throw grown man tantrums. I do. In his profile, says you need to search for KTV. Custom game section. Play them. I'm glad I helped. I'm glad I made someone laugh. I hope I made that guy laugh. I'm sure he's frothing at the mouth instead, actually. Yeah, I'm just double checking something. All right, I gotta look up what? Custom games section. Did I do it wrong? No! 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 Cool. God damn it. All right. Custom. So not that either. Did it break again? I haven't searched anything though. Is it broken? Yeah, maybe it's just broken. I don't know. I don't know. What were we looking for? Oh, KTV's or KTV. Yeah, his eco mod. I was just wondering if it was up. I wasn't even gonna play on it. Nope. The fact that it's playable is all I was really looking for. You know how it plays? Chip doesn't work. Fortunately, there's 31 pages. That's what I find interesting about it, yeah. And it's really the only thing that I could publish a YouTube video for and be like, hey guys, people talk about this a lot. Maybe you should see what they were saying. And basically what it boils down to is that changing workers one or another doesn't really change what you guys want it to change. Okay, bye. And then just leave them a bunch of links. Gotta spoon feed it. Gotta be like, here comes the airplane. Here comes the banshee. Oh no. We have more than one banshee. It's out of control. It doesn't micro well. The beginning of time. Yeah, honestly. I'm sure we could find, if we dig even deeper, discussions about moving the worker count from 4 to 6. Okay, not easily. It's too old. But it would have been really cool if we could have easily found a bunch of Brood War elitists. Yeah, I need to have better Google foo. Were mules rats to be removed? Well, they've been saying that forever, haven't they? But there was a point where they asked, they did have all macro mechanics removed. I think Copilot suggested it. No. Well, they did have always on Chrono. Actually, Chrono has gone through a couple of iterations. Um, I don't think they ever implemented auto injects though. Maybe they did. Always on Chronos, one of the co-op commanders, yeah. But they did also exist in StarCraft 2, where it increased it, far less, but it would stay on the entire time. So you just had to pick which one you wanted it to be on. It had a very short cooldown between changing it. Oh, I see where they got the idea. I found it, you guys. I found the exact suggestion 12 years ago. Hot diggity damn. Someone was like, no, Tasteless came up with it. No. Cal Volkov came up with it. Learn your history. So I had no idea that this song was sung it's sung by a South African band. So, obviously I don't know the lyrics anyway. But things that I thought I was hearing in English are just a different language. And I was like, well, that makes more sense. Yeah, what does this mean? I don't know. Who knows? No one knows. No one knows this language. You do? Oh, well. You know a dead language. You can translate anything, but into a dead language, I'm afraid. Just means like a mad piece of shit. Very similar rhythm to Night on Fire. Possibly. I heard this song at the Star Wars strip show. The Star Wars burlesque. Which was great. Saw it in Las Vegas. Saw it in Colorado with my mom a couple weeks ago. Oh, that's right. Noonie made a video about carriers. That's what they watched. That's what they paid attention to. And they tried to fix the carriers. The thing about the StarCraft 1 worker start increase, other than posts about StarCraft 2. Well, yeah, I was thinking if anyone was like, StarCraft 2 is going to be released with 6 workers, I think it's going to break StarCraft. It's funny. Wasn't Marine King one of the guys who went triple CC before Factory? In Heart of the Swarm? I feel like Marine King was known more for his extreme greed. A lot of Terrans might have done it. But Marine King was the one that was known for the extremes. Bomber was obviously more well known for his Marine pushes. Perhaps off the back of that opener, I don't remember. .3cc combat shield? That sounds very familiar too. I mean, it's either those two or innovations. Also, Afrikaans. I know it's not a dead language, please. I suppose that was not clear, and I am American. I know it's not a dead language. I was being purposefully extreme, and then I made a joke from Futurama. In Futurama, they're like, this translates any language, but unfortunately into a dead language. And then they're like, oh. And then they say something, and it's like, je m'appelle. French is the dead language in the future. Oh my god. So this is a fun thread, mostly because we're seeing the entire inverse of, but exactly the same type of reactions to this. I think 12 worker starts will completely get rid of rushes and cheeses, is what the OP says here. Spoiler alert, it did not. For many, many years, it's had a lot of cheeses, and even very much cheese and proxy metas. Anyway, but some of the people's reactions is so funny. I don't understand how people think the 12 workers will completely eliminate cheese strategies. Promise you people will cheese. I think it's too early to say that increasing the worker count to 12 will result in less diversity in openings. I also think 12 is overdoing it. 9 workers sounds more right to me. I think 8 might be overdoing it. Why don't we just choose 10? Why are you guys so worked up about this? 12 workers might be a bad change, but it's an RTS game. It should change. It should inspire new thinking and new ideas. Ah, it's so similar. These are parents talking about StarCraft. Oh, for someone out there it is. Why stop at 8 workers? Why not go to 1? Why not give everyone full base infrastructures? People don't need to waste their time building those up. It's just two different sides of the same coin. It's so good. The Blink Oracle example on Yansu. Oh, that was bad. That was bad as well. I always think of Heavy Rain, but Yansu is also bad. Change to 12 workers is even addictive. When I go back to Heart of the Swarm, it feels like an unnecessarily slow game. Some people like that it's fast. Interesting. Hi, Base Trade TV. Hi. Oh my god. I didn't get in? How many people signed up for this? Oh, not that bad. Oh. Oh, it brings me back, though. Saravati. It brings me back. Gemini! Why are you so old, Gemini? Oh no, Artosis. Starting with 12 workers is crazy. The game starts instantly. It's just a tad worried about going to beta. They'll most likely be a really good one. The game really gets going so much faster now. Being an old fogey who's played since the beginning of StarCraft 1, I actually do like the downtime in the beginning of the game. But it's fine that time is gone. I think this change is really good, and going to make matches a bit faster and more excited from the get-go. Less time to talk about Ninja Turtles and Nintendo games for myself and Tasteless, though. Da doja. Adept. I think this is fantastic unit design. Sending over the image thingy. Protoss exploding orb thingy. Cyclone, lol. I don't even remember the first iteration of Cyclone. I'm just gonna post Artosa said 12 workers is pretty awesome on Twitter with no context. Like, I can't believe you changed your mind after 10 years, Artosis. Do you not stick with your morals anymore? Game's getting so much faster. I can't imagine that it won't take a positive impact upon viewer and player fun. Cannon rushes in PvP, from what I can tell, will completely cease to exist. Enter Zest, who actually really sucked at cannon rushes, but he still tried them, even in his last year as a pro gamer. I just think we have a wrong image of turtling, because HOTS has taken turtling to the extreme. As a pure schmozzle, you don't hear that word very often. Nina's blog. Nina, who still streams. I don't know if she's actually talked about. Oh wait, Nina Zerg. Oh, this is this isn't fucking Protoss Nina. This is a Broodor chick who I actually thought was really funny. Actually, the more I think about it, she kind of reminds me of Ragnar Ket. I don't know if they ever met. But definitely a Brood War elitist. I think if there's ever a universal rule for StarCraft 2 expansions and patches, it would be that fans believe that Blizzard did everything wrong. So are the fans just whiny bitches, or is there some legitimate gripe to be had here? Am I wrong to say that Ragnar Ket would have started like a similar blog post off with the exact same phrasing? Maybe they are the same person. Ragnar Ket's just been very good about hiding her Brood War elitism. She takes on a new life. Sure, the new title will give fans of franchise everything they would expect from a StarCraft 2 title. Fresh new units, new maps, add new strategies, heavily exploited all lanes, unbeatable unit compositions, and the always magical first moment of crippling disappointment. Inevitably, there will be really bad threads by casual fans coming up with ways to fix the game that wasn't broken. I don't know their intentions, but I do know that fans complained that playing StarCraft 2 had become too static. It was basically the same stuff over and over again, mixed with some infuriating all-ins. And then she talks about free base play, which is a lot of what the other people have pointed out. You're gonna love the next TL Strat Legacy of the Void piece. I wonder what that was. Oh my god, Jimmy J. Rayner's also been posting for 16 years. Why are people so old in StarCraft? So old. So old. They bound to the new level for once and see how Cyril vs. Clem vs. Hero perform. Well, bouncing around the noob level is actually impossible, just because one noob's opinion about what is strong is another noob's opinion about what is too weak. Oh, just quality of life. I've already been through this one. Apollo? Not you, kitty. Apollo hosted a Legacy of the Void fight night? Non-linearity in time. Oh my god, it has an abstract. Oh, this already might be too smart for me. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at what? Look at this. This isn't a graph, y'all. This is advanced. Okay, I'm going to give this one solid attempt. Into my musical tastes, I mean, I have my categories. This is my club dancing. Anyways, I'm gonna try and attempt to know what this is saying for once. All right. Okay. Active mining workers. 6 to 26. This is over time. This is 35 seconds, which is the time it takes for one worker to mine one mineral patch. Okay. 17, almost, about half, time for 2 workers to mine. 14 seconds, time for 3 workers to mine. I understand it. I don't know what his point is about it. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, with the current Legacy of the Void economy model, this picture changes dramatically. Mining workers, elapsed time, scale of colors. Okay, just give me a summary of what this means. The thing screaming for attention in this figure is a transition happening in around 10 minutes, where at least one of the 4 small mineral patches disappears. It happens for all bases with more than 12 workers, but is more devastating to bases with 16 or more workers, with income is suddenly sliced in half. Legacy of the Void economy with different worker counts. 12 and then all the way to 24. So diving through things you can say about the income function. Look at the discontinuity happening at the 10-minute mark. It's my belief that the reason for the expand or else rhetoric is because many players feel they are on the clock, and the clock is set exactly 10 minutes. You have to expand by then, you're severely punished. Okay. Well, I had an equivalent timer. So the clock in Legacy of the Void is 10 minutes. With the whatever change they made Legacy of the Void, I guess. Because 7 minutes at the beta. Equivalent timer was 14 minutes. I assume that is accommodating for real time. Nope, I also hear the tempo version. JD. Basically, this is a case of trying to limit double harvesting, which apparently doesn't really work. The current mining model and worker pairing ensures that the initial income with 8 workers or 16 or 24 is identical to the current HOTS. Oh my god. There's so many graphs. There's so many. Yeah, I know the clock change was later, but that doesn't mean that people weren't able to calculate what it would be equivalent. TLDR. Bases have patches the following mineral distributions. Changes in a sudden drop in income with a smooth drop. Rewards players for extend, also keeping 2-3 base play viable. The primary difference from the double harvesting model is that it reduces effectivity from time as opposed to reduce effective effectivity from time as opposed to reduce effectivity. Is that a word? I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna add it to fucking things that smarter people can read than me. Smart people. Graphs. Is my document public? No. Should it be? My PTR document? Or my gigantic timeline of StarCraft? Yes to both. They both aren't, but I was saying that if I could just have a way to do it safely. I mean, I assume I could just upload to Google Docs and then let people annotate but not edit or something like that. Is view only allow you to write notes? Oh, it's getting... Some listen to you read, you gave up there like 3 paragraphs. I don't remember what that was. Yeah, someone is like, this guy loves MATLAB. Someone else said the same thing. Any deadlock action? Maybe. My brain's kind of melting a little bit. Meow. 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 Stop. You know, what's kind of amazing about reading all of the posts, all of the bigger brains than me conversing as to what model is better, is that so much of what they talk about is just not worker count. There have been some people who have posted, like, why don't we try 10 or 8, as we saw. Some guy, it's like 8 workers, 1,200 minerals, fixed it. But it's so much more often not about workers. I think people can copy to read and read only, and copy or read only and write their own stuff. Right, yeah. Ugh. I think I'm done with club dancing. There's no discussion or consideration to change the worker count. Yeah, but that's not... While that is interesting, that's not necessarily what I'm asking. It was if Brood War elitists saw StarCraft 2 and they were all frothing at the mouth about multi-building selection and unlimited unit selection and whatever else, if they are also frothing at the mouth about the increase in workers. It seems like there might have just been more acceptance that that's just what had to be done with a new game, rather than some deep dive into economy. I'm gonna upload the document. You're back. They thought it would break Zerg to the larva mechanic. That they would be able to have so many larvae that they just out macro the other races. I think there are deeper issues in the economy. There are other issues as to why StarCraft plays out the way it does, yes. Oh, there's a commenter rule. Anyone with this on the internet with a link can comment. I always open my links in a private tab in case y'all can see my Googles. Seems like I'm alright. Okay. You'd love to see larva production improve with each hatch upgrade to +1 larva. That's what it initially had in Legacy of the Void. And people were like, God, no. This does not work. You have to decrease the amount of larvae. It's so suspicious. Yeah, it's the pictures of dead bodies I'm afraid you're going to find. Oh, you literally mean that there is an upgrade. No. I don't mean to shut you down immediately, but I feel like I gotta shut that down immediately. You'd have Zerg with their current economy, which works. They are able to go toe for toe, and some would argue maybe it's too much, but let's just say for now it's balanced, that they go toe to toe. But at some point, when they're comfortable around, let's say 12 minutes, they can suddenly get an upgrade, even if it was 300, which would be, you know, about a mothership. Feel like they would absolutely take that for all of their hatcheries. I mean, actually, maybe it would be redundant. Because you're, well, probably around 5 hatcheries it wouldn't be redundant. But at some point, then you just have too much larva. Like, you might be lacking larva in the beginning, but you wouldn't get the upgrade. And then as soon as you would get the upgrade, I mean, that would just bolster theoretically the mid-game. And then late game would be almost, you know, no difference because larva is already overflowing in the late game. Yeah, I don't see a reason for that at all. I don't think we need more larvae. I feel like this is entirely going in the wrong direction. Which is that maybe we should not have macro mechanics. No, you still see macro hatches occasionally. Dark was one of the ones who was, yeah, doing it more often. I like the game to go in the direction of Zerg being swarmy, Protoss power, and Terran scrappy. That doesn't have to do with the amount of larva they have. The larva is completely acceptable. The larva is actually even more insane than it was in Brood War. There's also a lot of discussion on such forums like Team Liquid about why StarCraft 2 Zerg doesn't feel swarmy and how you could fix it. But pretty sure none of them suggested more larva. I think we definitely have had some larva checks, like someone defending a Blink Stalker attack on 3 bases that's not all in but dedicated, and they're defending with +1 melee links. Link Baneling defenses of like Zerg, of Terran move outs as well, occasionally. So like in this research phase. Oh yeah. This video is never getting made. Terran doesn't go fast 3cc every single game. But it was already happening a decent amount before Legacy of the Void. I feel like more and more I think about the discussion I had yesterday with Lorimbo about the games that content creators push out. But like yesterday we cast Mara versus Raynor. What happened in those games? It was a best of 5. Spoiler alert, it wasn't just basic 3cc every time. If PTR is so good, why no one play PTR? Is PTR already dead? Do I get $10? How interesting. It's like I saw that coming, despite so many people swearing that they have so much more interest in StarCraft and are definitely playing it. It's like I knew what would happen with a PTR, which I actually, it actually has nothing to do with the patch, but that was kind of my point to begin with. Whatever patch you throw out, like, it's not going to create the Utopia PTR. In the first 48 hours, people being like, oh, I don't know. I feel like I've gotten a lot more games compared to last PTR. Maybe true. I don't know. The last PTR was 8 months ago. But anyway, it would still die off. It drops hard, no matter what. So I made a bet, and I should get $10. I forget who I made it with, though. No one accepted it, I guess. So, here's a chain of events that happened. Team Liquid, treaties, StarCraft 2 economy. Team Liquid made this article, a treatise on the economy of StarCraft 2, which is a hunk. It's a lot. It's a lot. Then, David Kim no, it's gone. Fuck, we need a Wayback Machine. We need a Wayback Machine stat. Then David Kim responded. Ah, yes. Praise the Wayback Machine. Praise. Maybe I should be updating this on the Google Doc now, huh? Where the hell did I put it? It's gotta be linked back to me. Use Libra and then push the file when you're done with it. That's gonna have to work because it actually won't even load on Google Docs. So. Okay. So apparently there is a there we go. Did I do that right? Yeah. Apparently there's this whole string. I was able to get to I was able to get to that link. But when I tried to say open in Google Docs, it wasn't loading. So I just gave up. Okay, so this is made treaties. Which talks not really about worker starts. It just talks about how workers work. Your wife's gone out with your boyfriend. Good for her. And then David Kim actually responded. Okay, a bunch of corpo talk. Current thinking, some degree of increased pressure is good for the game. More advantage towards teching versus more advantage towards expanding. Community suggestion takes it heavily toward the expanding advantage. Whereas closer we go toward HOTS, model takes you back to teching advantage. In HOTS resource model, the second player has almost no econ advantage due to being difficult to slowly saturate a base. In the community suggestion model, the second player will have near double the econ advantage. In the void model, we have something in between. Huh. Points flex. And then they responded to David Kim's response. I assume he didn't respond to the response about his response. He could have, though. Corpo talk. Ooh, something fun. We can do that. Eventually. Jim is also working on a follow-up article. Apollo was talking about the TL economy changes? What? Oh. Ah, it works. Downloading it. That was part of the video. You'll see Roddy in Nate's background. I'm allowing this through, but it's gross. So we've had this debate and went back full circle. That's what I'm here to spread, all right? That's really all I want to do. Other smart people have talked about it. This is old school layout, man. Uh-huh. 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 Yep. Why is all their audio so bad? Ooh. Soundbite. Why was that so bad? Okay. It's happening. New StarCraft patch wants to turn to 8 workers. I wish they had chapters. Other than worker count, what other changes were made that affected the economy? You mean from Brood War to StarCraft 2? Or from Heart of the Swarm to Legacy of the Void? Worker count, changes to the macro mechanics, minerals and gas count of bases, and yeah. That would be the direct economy changes. Rich Vespian geysers? I believe so, yeah. Rich minerals certainly were. Gangnam Style Terran. Well, that was Habitation Station. Rip. They're not arguing for 12 workers. This link started with them getting Zeramis on, and he's talking about what's called a double harvester model. Hello. Yeah, nothing's changed. No, the summits about some of the stuff we were trying out. Like what? I don't remember what all that would have been. Infestor rocket launcher? Oh my god. Does that sound familiar just because it's a co-op thing? Oh, okay, okay. I thought that this was infestors with like rocket launchers on their back. And I was like, oof, I don't remember that one. It's so funny. I don't know if you guys have caught, like, as I skipped forward, but basically they were starting to talk about how the communication with Blizzard is so poor and that basically there's only one face that comes in to talk, and that's not even necessarily the person that is actually making the changes. And it's very similar to now. Yeah, he just mentioned Zoivia and Scion. They are both fantastic community managers. Yeah. And then Blizzard took them elsewhere. The whole problem is not just 8 workers, but the middle patches are set to all the same values, which has a major impact on comments. You're going to go back to a version where everyone agreed it wasn't good for mid and end game. Yes and no. So the argument that I have is that StarCraft's economic woes, why it feels like there's not as much variety as Brood War, who has more examples, I guess, of games that start on 1 base, feel aggressive, go to 2 base, feel aggressive, 3 base, feel aggressive, 5 base, feels aggressive. That has nothing to do with the workers. The fact that they start with 4 workers does slow down the early game. You know, it is slower in the early game. That's true. But why it feels better to all in or cheese in those games has nothing to do with the fact that the workers start at 4 or 6, because there's issues with the economic growth of StarCraft 2. So what did Lycan think about this? Hey, he's doing a fine job of just asking questions and muting whenever the dog starts barking. All right, well, now he's giving it his opinion. Oh yeah, I do remember that. Now that you reminded me. Oh, okay. So that was actually literally all right. They started talking about TL economy changes with Zeramus. All right, we got that. Limiting cheese not healthy for the game. No one's limiting cheese. So I don't know. I don't know why you bring that up. Um, I would say that it what changes between a cheese and an all in is, yeah, I think early game is almost always what cheese is referring to. But then also I feel like for me, cheese more heavily depends on not being scouted than an all in does. Like obviously an all in doesn't work if it's not scouted. But even if you scout it, like if you think back to the epic holds of SCV pools, which were too repetitive, but they were interesting. They just happened way too often. This was in Heart of the Swarm, wasn't it? But then it also happened on Legacy of the Void. Anyways, so some of them were interesting, right? But if we think back to it, there was a lot of times, in fact, there was an entire meta, right? Where casters would be like, oh, did he add on 5 barracks? He's going for it. And it'd be, like, and the Protoss would just be like, yeah, I figured he was going to all in me and I tried to prepare for it, so. People's argument with the worker change eco problem is the prevalence of cheese. Well, it's actually fun that you say that because I feel like there's two camps. There's people who are saying there's not enough cheese in StarCraft currently. And that's what a lot of them are actually hoping to fix is, not just cheese, but it's different strategic variety, right? And then there's another camp, I think it's smaller, who is arguing like there is already cheese. Like it's rampant outside of pro games, and even in pro games it does exist. Once the meta settles with a change, if it happens, I just think it'll go back to exactly what it looks like. Cheese will exist probably. Whether it's as effective or not, I don't know. But maybe that's wrong too, because apparently Zerg can't cheese anymore. I don't know. Maynard. Oh yeah, I mean that's the biggest, easiest. Like if you want a bunch of people to agree with you, then the easiest thing you can do is say I don't think they should have put the warp gate change with the economy change. Wah, I agree. Yeah, that's what most reasonable people can agree on. Since he pioneered the worker transfer. You dummy. That's Maynard without the E. Lead devs of SE Evo. Kind of sucks that Mapster and SE Saints are so separated. Maybe it's because large percent of how things can work at scale. I see. Yeah, because obviously that would be a great testing ground. Ugh. So I haven't seen the follow-up post. Let's go stalk. Ah! I feel like this never works. Maybe because I didn't do that. Nope, it wasn't that. The fuck, where do you put it? Bruh! Bruh! Maybe he just never made it. But he obviously made some articles. Like, why can't it just be looked at by topic starter? Hey! Squizzy. No, he's still so active. Ah! Oh, wait. No, he got actually way less active at one point. A humble request. Making a show you want to watch. Fear Dragon. Fear Dragon. Yeah, wouldn't that be great, Avex? So I went through all the featured news, but I have to also go through all the community news for my StarCraft 2 timeline. Because, I mean, it's actually been... There's been definitely some interesting articles or, like, articles that were made that can help kind of summarize a particular era. And having to just every day that I go back to look for the article, doing what I just did there, pressing, like, 16 and then 19 and then 20, right? Like... Doesn't take that long, actually, but it's just kind of annoying. Yeah, he posted... He backed me up. I don't know what gang sign to make. He backed me up on Reddit. On the post with my clip on it, and I posted a summary of my thoughts. He responded, basically saying, like, yeah, in our research, we've also determined that changing the work account doesn't really affect the overall issues with StarCraft. And yet, people were like, who's this ZombieGrub chick? She doesn't even fucking play. Who's this Theramus guy? I bet he hasn't done a fucking graph in his life. No, not that one, Avex. It's like I responded to me. Nope. Damn. Why is this deadlock player talking, right? I don't see this follow-up article. Maybe he didn't end up doing it. Which is fine. Ooh, that's interesting. BCQD commented on the test of removing the macro mechanics. Goes to a 5th version or so. Probably go to a 2nd version. Yeah, and then he had a huge period of time where he wasn't posting as much. Yeah, it kind of just looks like he didn't make it, which is fine. Yeah, I think it's going to be 2. I think it's going to be like late 8 months ago. Keep it 12 worked. Keep it 12-1! Patch isn't live. It's still on PTR. BRB. BRB. This song played when I was driving my aunts around, and one of them's like 70, I guess. She like started singing along to this, and it was kind of weird, you know. I was just like, huh. And I thought about it, and I was like, I guess 30 years ago she was like 40, so. It's not quite hearing your grandma sing like hardcore rap or something, but singing some death metal. Severe speech impediment. What did I say? Oh, you could still 12 pool. Oh, Shacky. Look at Lambo! Look at that baby! You can't do any pool, you're 35. I believe in you. Apparently, Theramus spawned here. I don't know where. This guy's such an idiot. I don't know if he watches streams. I assume so. But I've seen Jimmy J. Rayner, and I gotta say, half of their posts are bad. They're bad. He's actually one of my longest time subscribers. Ah! Make you want to watch some Life Grand Finals? Did he or did he not intentionally throw this game? That's always a fun one. Meow. Meow. Yeah, no, he lost it. He famously, really. He lost versus SOS, the BlizzCon finals. Any game he lost, he intentionally threw. I'd rather be known as a match fixer rather than a loser. Oh no, I haven't done the cat treats yet. So, you're still good. Graphs! Oh, this was made in 2011. Yeah, I don't think I need these graphs to know that 2011 StarCraft 2 is a lot shorter than Brood War. So this guy thinks that cheeses are now overpowered because of 12 workers? Well, that was probably not the case. But. They are the Reddit of old. BCQT's thoughts on removing the macro mechanics. The game is slower, which means less action and more time needed to get units out. When I started playing against the Void thing, a little about fast it was compared to HOTS, and this patch is changing that. You mean BCQT didn't leave StarCraft 2 because the game has 12 workers and is quick? Shit. Man, if apparently if people want a slower game, they should remove macro mechanics. So this seems to be another issue with removing macro mechanics. Patch 5.0. Is that what they call this? I was gonna say it can't be an even one. It's got to be point something. You mean this patch? The summary is that I don't think it's actually addressing the issues that it thinks it does, and things won't change in an incredibly positive direction, and they could change in an incredibly negative direction because the game has been balanced around 12 workers for 10 years. Why won't it go into a super positive direction? Because the things that they think it'll fix aren't really the problems of workers, it's the problem of how workers mine. Which is all the set that we've been looking over. I feel like I liked Captain Waffles. I don't really remember. Kanata? That guy's smart. Well, at least he was very good at StarCraft. I feel like I said Captain Waffles endearingly a lot because it's a cute name too. Lack of communication. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The user is warned for pure ignorance. I haven't seen that one before. They used to be so much more imaginative with their bans. He's saying, and apparently the Korean scene was saying that it's too fast, it's too hard. I remember reading this back when it released. It was an incredible change of feeling when you first played it. Man, so White Wing is also still active, apparently. He responded to the Reddit thread. I have a feeling, and I know who White Wing is. And it's not that bad of a story. It's not like some deep, dark secret. But either it's a very similar name, or it's the same guy who was on my team, StarCraft 2 Strategy, who I would always butt heads with. I want to say he chilled out, though. Like, I would butt heads with him a lot in 2013. And he was the only guy... It's like the only time that recover from replay was ever used, or... Probably not the only time, but... the most memorable time that recover from replay was used was... We were practicing, and there was a game, and the game ended, but the last battle could have definitely been done differently. And I argued passionately that if it would have been done differently, then the result would have been different. And he argued that that wasn't the case. And we actually recovered from replay, and we reached, we got into slots, and I did it the different way. And I was right. And I felt so validated. I was, This is a high I've been chasing for a long time, actually. Maybe met by the time the cyclone change was reverted. Fact, Korean PC bongs have Legacy of the Void beta. Is Legacy of the Void better than Heart of the Swarm? I was hoping there'd continue to be in-depth economy discussions after the game actually launched with all the fixes they made during the beta, but maybe not. Well, this is what design changes announced? Wait, what's this? Can no longer be picked up by medevacs. Alright, this is a balance change. Oh, this is the DT Blink one? Oh. Aish. I'm skewing the results. Wait, no, I want to see the results. Wait, you can't see the results? Want to avoid Protoss. I really like the Adepts. Balance is good. Very short interviews. I might have exhausted all of the serious discussion about economy on Team Liquid. I did. I did it. I did it! It felt like a lot. Woof. Time for cat treats, I think. Ugh. Time for some cat treatos. Paulo. Ow. Dimitri, you're the least fun to give it to. Can you cut? Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Wicket, you gotta come over here. Where you're sitting ain't gonna work. Wicket. Wicket. Come on. Good girl. That's rude, Zig. Paulo, you're learning such bad manners. Alright, it's all gone. It's all gone. We're done. All right. Kitty Gogurt? Yeah, pretty much. Called churros. They're very popular amongst the kitties. All the rescue organizations use it. Because cats love it so much. Burner, 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 burner. Oof, I'm tired. Should go on a walk, unless it's raining. I'm pretty much a cat rescue. The shelter I volunteer at just got 12 kittens. That's a lot of kittens. I'm not looking forward to cleaning tomorrow. It is kitten season, but yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm going to raid special, and that is more than 11 kittens. Oh, D&D is going to happen in a couple hours for anyone interested in that. But yeah, thanks for watching some history collecting. And I'll see you guys Friday, probably. Yeah, D&D with some StarCraft friends. Okay, bye, guys.